Shout out to the Shark Tank, everybody for showing up for this Hot Mic Friday. My man, Pat Farm Ray in the house. What up, fam? My man, 6143 in the hills. My man, Mr. Michael Four Goods in the house. What up, fam? M1. What up, fam? My man, Rock in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. William Torres in the house. What up, fam? My man, Viking Family LG representing school country. What up, fam? My man, ODG Bulldog Shout out to my man, Student for Life Dog Training in the house. What up? Bam! Yo, T-Mac! T-Mac! What up, fam? Shout out to Talk of the City, Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man, Arrowhead Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Melvin Brown in the house. What up? Bam! My man, Primetime K9's in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Mr. Biggs in the house. What up, fam? Yo, salute to my man, Robinson's in the house. What up, fam? Again, thank you everybody for showing up for this Hot Mic Friday. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. If you haven't already subscribed, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Big shout out to the Shark Tank, to all my people hanging out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Go ahead and grab that cold one. Go and get you rolling together. Getting that chair kicked back. And enjoy the show, fam. Hey, look here, don't forget to participate in the poll. Y'all know we do temperature checks around here. Don't forget to participate in the poll. That goes out to all my people on the back street. For all you guys who participate in the poll, I want you to know it's really appreciated. We've been averaging about 200 plus on the poll, which is a good thing. See, there's shark in the water. There's sharks in the water. Shout out to my man, Self-Made Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man, representing Arkansas, Louisiana Combine Kennels. My man, Mayhem Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, 614 Tree, coming in with a 10-piece sticker. Getting this train started right. 614 Tree been running the train for quite some time now, brothers. So y'all might as well go ahead and load up. Load up, get ready to hop on the train. Don't cost you nothing but whatever you feel in your heart to give. Engineering the train and ought to be my man 614 Tree. Appreciate the love, fam. Look, fellas, it don't matter how much you give when you're jumping on that train. 99 cents will be looked at just like if it was $20. You know, my voice might be a little louder on a $20 fare, but hey, the love is still the same all the way around. Because anytime anybody donate anything, again, I've said this 1,000 times and I will keep saying it, it will always be appreciated. It's not the fact that you give, you know what I'm saying? It's that you find it in your heart to give. Remember the key word, the heart. You find it in your heart to do something. And that's what generally happens when people reach out and donate to anything. They help in the cause. They believe in the cause. Shout out to my man, Pressure Kennel Combine in the house. What up? Bam! Yo, my man. Salute to my man, K-Walk in the house. What up, fam? Appreciate all them sharks out there hitting that like button. Appreciate that, fam. Appreciate the sharks in there, keeping them up on their JLB. That's what you do, fam. Represent that blue, baby. Represent that blue. I said sharks in the water. Danger. Sharks are in the water. Shout out to my man JT Vengeance Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man, the one and only, the incomparable Eli Monsters in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Burning Dasher in the house. What up? Bam! What's up? What up? What up? What up? What up, everybody? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Appreciate everybody showing up on this Hot Mic Friday. Now, y'all know we didn't know if we was going to be doing this show tonight. Well, Mo won't be here tonight, so I figured I'd just step in and keep us the ball rolling. I'll hook up with him later. But, you know, just didn't know how it would be, you know, leave my boys out there and, you know, nobody having nothing to do on Friday. We done got so used to doing it. So I told Mo, go ahead and I catch up with him later. I stick around because this is what I do. So I know I don't generally get into the dog side of things. I generally get on the more serious side of the business part of this. And I kind of look at the situation like tonight would be a good time for me to just talk some serious dog shit. You know what I'm saying? It's Hot Mic Friday, so why not? I think I can handle that much of it. I hear a lot of people talk about the us old guys. You know, like, you know, we done fell off the face of the earth or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, times have changed so much that we just don't know what the hell we be talking about. And I be wondering sometimes, you know, I'm always making that comment, in order to know where you're going, you gotta kind of got an idea where you come from. And this dog community, again, it has been around a long time, long before we got into it, you know? So I'm looking at the situation is, what part of the game do y'all think we lost track of? You know, because I still live in the now. I still have pit bulls. You know, just because we had them 30 something plus years ago, what make you think, you know, it's like riding a bike. Why would I forget anything about the dogs? Especially when you live the majority of your life dealing with them. True enough, you know, we talk about our past, but the love of the dog has never stopped, has never changed. You know, still look at them the same way, still love them the same way, still respect the game the same way. Now, at some point, you know, because we step away from what we used to do, doesn't mean we forgot about the now. Because we can, the now's right there in your face. You see it on Facebook, you see it on podcasts, you know. How can you forget about the now? The now is what it is. So it's not like we lost to what's going on in the American Pit Bull Terrier community. How can you not? And it's everywhere. Facebook, Twitter, again, YouTube. I mean, how can we not miss anything about the now? My issue is to take the now and act like it has changed so much that people like us have no clue what's going on in the now. And I'm going to address that. That's why I want everybody to participate in the poll. Let me take a quick look here. I'm seeing, I guess the polls start, you know, it's agreeing. 74% of everybody at this point in time is dealing with the true. Now, y'all see the poll. I can't really get over there to it because it's just me tonight and it's way over there. But you know what the question was? Has it really, is it really changed? Is there really a difference outside the feds being involved? You know, my vote would be, hasn't really changed. It's still true. But the reason I bring this up, because when we're trying to find other things to do, remember, this has been a game that's been around a long time. You know, I think Mo has commented on it at a couple of occasions that all our dogs were ADBA registered. But all our dogs had competition certificates also, registered with the ADBA. So we was always a part of the weight pulling, treadmill racing, confirmation shows. You know, we were still a part of that. So it's not like when we do these things nowadays, it's something like, you know, those things wasn't around, because they were. You know, and there was a lot of dogs in those competitions. So to act like we're doing something new here when you start talking like that, no. If you go back and you knew your history, y'all not even on the same level that they was even doing that back then. Because we was even doing match dogs and putting them in weight pulling and confirmation shows and treadmill races. I mean, you supported the community, because that's what it was. It was a fraternity that surrounded the community of American Pit Bull Terriers. And that's why I wanted to get into that tonight, just to give y'all a quick peek into the past. I don't think we have to really jump on the bus, because everything that I'm giving you tonight, you can get out there and find it for yourself. But the reason I'm going to address it the way I'm going to address it tonight, because a lot of people might not have it in them to go back there and a lot of people might not be able to get back there. Hold on. Just together. Mic check. Okay. Mic check. A lot of people might not be able to get. Oh my gosh, what is going on with my mic tonight? Mic check. Hold on, fellas. Mic check. And that's a brand new cord. I don't understand what's going on. Let me see what's going on here. Let me see. Somebody was trying to call me. I'm pretty sure they were trying to tell me the mic. Check the mic. Mic checked. Ooh, that mic is checking. Crazy. What's going on, Mike? What is going on with you? Hold on, fellas. Let me get this together right quick. She on the trip scene tonight. She don't act like she don't want me to get this point across. Mic check 1. Okay. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that, because it's be tripping out. I don't know if it's my board or this computer over here. But the reason I'm going to address it, because again, when people speak on it like, because we out of touch, and that's not true. You know, some people just don't really know the past, or haven't been around long enough, or not old enough to understand what that looked like back then, so you have no clue. So, you know, it's hard to speak on something that you was never a part of, but then to speak on it and not at least done your history or look back, kind of makes me feel like, hey, I'm not that old. I'm only 60 plus. You know, there's guys out there, hell, Harry was 90 when he died. I think Floyd is pushing up on 90. So even though we dying off, the fact is, those guys had these things that you guys speak of today already in place. So keeping that thought in mind, I'm going to jump in here. I'm going to take you back in time for a minute. I'm not going to give you the exact time period, not just yet. I'm going to just start off by just going in here, and we're going to start like this. This is the Times. The American Pit Bull Terrier Times is a publication for owners and supporters of the American Pit Bull Terrier. Our goal is to cover the world of this distinctive dog. Our work carries us into the history, the present status, and the future of this breed. What is important for this publication is presenting information relevant to you, the reader. Our coverage will often include people and viewpoints with which you will not agree. Those seeking a publication that only features their particular associations or viewpoints will be disappointed. But this breed is not confined to any single association or registry or type of owner. Felony laws, intent laws, breed bans, extensive publicity publicity and ownership that has moved beyond a closed fraternity reflect a total new environment for the animal we admire. Mic check. As owners and supporters, we are the ones who must respond. That is why the Times exist. Our job is to present information and provide a format for the exchange of views so that we have communication among owners and responsible decisions among the pit bull community. Now, that's the Times right there. Okay. That was written in 1987, gentlemen. That's 36 years ago. Now, just in that portion right there. Right there. And let me go back to here because it was a key point right there I needed to address right quick. The breed is not confined to any single association or registry or type of owner. Felony laws, intent laws, breed bans, extensive publicity and ownership that has moved beyond a closed fraternity. Key point right there. Moved beyond a closed fraternity reflect a total new environment for the animal we admire. Now, gentlemen, I hope we're looking at the closed part of that. Remember the closed fraternity? Because at one point, it wasn't all publicity. Everybody wasn't really trying to be known. The fraternity was locked away, hidden for many, many years. But it wasn't really hidden. Remember, they used to have dog fights in Madison Square Garden. They used to publicize the shows. So, what changed? Well, we're going to get into that too. What really did change? Because in 1987, 36 years ago, they had the same concerns that we have today. Same concerns. Keep that part in mind. What you read is the reason why we sit here 36 years later and sit in front of this camera and talk dogs. That's it. For the same reasons they wrote that book is the same reasons why we sit in front of this camera. Because we're trying to bring out the American Pit Bull, the history, the knowledge, what it used to be like. Hold on 1 second. Hey, Nisha! Here, come grab this right quick for me. It's my mind. When she called me, it must be something wrong. Hi, baby. You know what I mean? This is why we do what we do. Under the same pretenses, the same everything, 36 years later. Now, I'm going to get back into this because this is the part that, let me see. I want you to do it now. No, we're not going to do that. Not now. We're going to go over this right quick. I'm going to get down in here. Now, keep in mind, gentlemen, these articles that I'm fixing to go over with y'all, 36-year-old articles. Now, keeping that thought in mind, a lot you're going to hear me reading about is going to almost make you think that we're talking about the now. Let me start here. What is the place of the American Pit Bull Terrier in today's world? Editorials, newspapers, stories, magazine articles, and television newscasts have been filled with comments about the American Pit Bull Terrier. Even publications as diverse as Rolling Stone and Sports Illustrated have featured stories on this breed. City, county, state government have taken up specifically the issue of the Pit Bull Terriers. Anonymity is over. Anonymity is over. Pit bull owners are the subject of discussion and, in some cases, government action. In this environment, phrases such as rights of ownership and responsible ownership have become common. What are these rights and responsibilities? Opinions vary, not only in society in general, but within the community of dog owners themselves. In this first issue of the Times, we feature several viewpoints. A recent Dallas editorial declared pit bulls to have no place in today's world. Dog owner Jeff Huey of Little Rock, Arkansas, who has incorporated the American Bulldog Kennel Club, sees breed survival in a name change, legal activities, and positive public relations. Indian Sunny views the Pit Bull Terrier as victim of society that has lost contact with the values that built it. In other articles, the Times features results from Oklahoma championships and other events sponsored by the South. Let me get the South. Let me see. South. Hold on, fellas. Let me get this down here. Hold on. Where my mouth's at? The South Central Dog Association. We also preview the Nationals coming up later this month in November. The use of spotting for parasite control is discussed in our questions and answers. Section and our dogs profiles include some grand champions. Field editor Bobby Smith shares his thoughts with us in this, our first issue of the American Pit Bull Terrier Times. Preserve the breed. Now keep in mind, gentlemen, this was 36 years ago. No place for pit bulls. Look at the date here. What is at stake for the American Pit Bull Terrier and their owners was clearly presented in a July 15, 1987 editorial in the Dallas Times Herald. Published under the title Pit Bull Guns Primed to Fire. The editorial declared that the breed totally out of place in today's society. The editorial called for the breed's elimination. The owners and trainers of Pit Bull Terriers would have the world believe their canines are just like any other, only a little stronger, more malignant than most, the editorial opened. They, owners and trainers, argue in defense of these brutes that dogs per se don't kill people. Poorly trained and unsupervised dogs kill people. The argument is fallacious. Pit Bull Terriers, the editorial continued, represents a throwback to another era. An unregulated, uncivilized, wide-open period of America's expansion where there was enough room for settlers and their killer animals. But times have changed, and there is no place in civilization for animals whose sole purpose is to kill. Rather than banning pit bulls as called for in the editorial, the city council at the Farmers Branch passed a dangerous animal ordinance. The Farmers Branch Times stated September 16, the ordinance does not address specific breeds such as pit bulls, but allows animal control officers to seize and hold dangerous animals until a hearing in a municipal court. City officials emphasized that animals declared dangerous by officers would not be seized from the yards unless officers consider the animal an imminent danger. They also stated that no dog will be seized without warrants having been issued. If an animal was declared dangerous following a city court hearing, the city could require the following. The owner paid $25 per year license fee. The owner carry a $100,000 liability insurance with the city named as co-insured. The animal confined in a special child-proof enclosure. The Metro Crest News editorialized September 17th that the ordinance is a heavily modified version of the proposed pit bull ordinance that was sent running with tails between their legs July 20th by vocal opposition at a public hearing. Fellas, 36 years ago. But don't that sound just like the same thing that you hear of today? Same situation, same conversation, same everything. To me, responsibility of the dogs should always fall on the owner. The problem fell apart when they start taking these dogs and start making them house pets. You know, bringing them around other dogs like these were just normal, everyday German Shepherds, Poodles. Treat them in such a manner, to me, that was irresponsible. Because if you think about it, here's a game that was underground for many, many years. Never was a problem. Never was a problem. Because it was underground. What brought it to the light? When everybody started thinking they could own a pit bull. So then guess what? Responsible people understood the purpose of the breed. What was the purpose of the breed? Well, to be honest, that's why you got the word pit there. They were known to be fighting dogs. That's it. They were bred for that purpose. Now you're taking a dog that was bred for a certain purpose, and you're going to take that animal, fighting dog, and you're going to make him a house pet. Now, us as dogmen completely understand what a fighting dog is supposed to represent. Now, that person who's trying to take that same fighting dog and turn it into a pet, they have to be responsible for that pet. You just can't all of a sudden forget that this pet you have was bred for the sole purpose of fighting. Now, at the point you own that dog, you became responsible for that dog. And guess what, gentlemen? People were being killed by these dogs. Dogs were attacking other dogs. Dogs were a nuisance. Everything that you could possibly say. And still to this day, Same thing. We still have dogs being treated like they're house pets, and we still having people being killed by the same type of dog. Oh God, the dog had never acted like that before. Oh. But when he acts like that, now they want to kill off the whole entire breed. Nobody's really discussing the irresponsibility of the owner. And I remember, I'm always going to bring it back to the owner. Because like guns don't just up and just shoot people. Just never seen a gun just up and just jump off the table and just start shooting people. People shoot people. People that have these dogs, and I'm telling you fellas, you can breed them any kind of way, but how do you know when you're going to have that one? Ben, that's what he is. You can take the pit out of it, but if you take the word pit out of this, only thing is left is some bullshit. The bull part of it, you know what I mean? Take the pit out, and then you're just going to leave the bull there. That's bullshit. Because you're not going to get away from what his actual purpose was. I have yet to see it being bred out of these dogs. So when people talk about, okay, we're going to go into trying to find other things that we can do to make them relatable to today's society. Well, you already see what that looked like back then. So we're going to go dive back in there and see how they handled that situation. I'm taking this information. Big shout out to Fat Bill. You know, if you guys have not got his book, you need to get on his book, because his books have a lot of this information in it, and it's history making. I mean, this information is out there. We have always said it's out there. But if you don't know where to go look and you're not making it your responsibility to get out there and see where it is, then it's easy for you to sit back and talk about, hey, this, and talk about that, and things we don't know what we're talking about. But then that's not true. Right here. South Central Dog Association National set for Fort Worth. Check this out. Now this is 1987. If you have been looking for an excuse to visit the world's largest honky-tonk nightclub, here it is. The South Central Dog Association Nationals are set for the November 28th at Fort Worth, Texas Stockyard, right next to Billy Bob's. Between 100 and 150 dogs are expected to the full-day confirmation show and weight pool. Registration is scheduled from 8 till 10 a.m. with the show set up to begin at 10:30. Now, fellas, that right there is not the only one. Oklahoma Championships. South Central Dog Association's Oklahoma Championship confirmation results. You see this? 36 years ago, over 100 plus dogs. Do you see how they have them? Males 4 to 6, females 4 to 6. Look at them. Best puppies, best opposite sex. See, Louisiana Championship. Same thing. Look at them. There's the weight pulling confirmation, weight pulling right there. 45 and under. 3,450 pounds, ratio of 20.897 pounds. Look how strong these dogs are. Look, 55 and under, 4,650 pounds. Ratio 25.175. Now we all know, look at them, fellas. 36 years ago, there's William and James Cotton, the dream team of Kansas, weight pullers, confirmation men. You see the names down there. Best in Show, Boudreaux's T-Bud. You see some familiar names out here. Now, we all know Bobby Smith. I'm going to get back to that one right there. Because, you know, Bobby had a lot of bulldogs back in that day. He had a lot to do with Shady Lady, so. Right here, changing values. In these days of changing value, almost everything that once was considered sacred has lost its value. No longer are we traditional, no longer are Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. All right, fellas. I think we're going to be, okay, I think I'm back here. Computer just went into try to do an update on me right in the middle of me doing the show. I'm going to pick this up where I left off at. Changing values, I'm going to just take it up from there. In these days of changing value, almost everything that was once considered sacred has lost its value. No longer are traditional values such as respect for your parents, acceptance of responsibility for your elder family members, commitment to country, and admiration for courage held in the same esteem. Children have been allowed to assume the authoritative role over parents and grow up without benefits of traditional family values. Incredibly, courts have recently given children the right to sue their parents. Is it any wonder parents are placed in rest homes at the fight sign of dependence to be with others of similar age and interests? The sense of family, love and acceptance and responsibility towards one another are characteristics which once separated humans from animals. Now that's just a little insight of where we want to just take this and believe, okay, we already know the values have changed. But guess what? Those changes did not start in 2020. Them changes was there long before 2020 when that started happening. Now the pit bull character. The pit bull was bred and developed as a companion and a gladiator. Unfortunately, the word gladiator, which simply means one who will fight to defend, has a sinister connotation attached to it by bleeding hearts who mentally live in the land of Oz. All surviving animals have fought to defend themselves. However, this admirable quality has been developed in well-bred pit bulls to a greater degree than in any other man-loved animals. As recently as 12 years ago, the pit bull was a relatively unknown breed. Now, remember now, this article was written in 1987. 12 years ago, it was relatively an unknown breed. However, about this time, so-called non-profit humane leaders were desirous of raising even more money to fill their greedy pockets. What better means to accomplish this self-serving goal than to misinform a concerned public? Just as scoundrels and other money-raising schemes have dubbed a trusting public, these humane leaders swindle many well-meaning people on the pretext of preventing horrible cruelties to animals. Now, gentlemen, we all know I'm talking about this was written in 1987. Has much changed? No. It's still a money-grubbing, scoundrel type of a situation, all based on an American Pit Bull Terrier, the dog. Now, we haven't really changed much as far as the dog is concerned. You know, the dogs have been bred over many years and still being bred many, and will be continuously be bred many years moving forward. So how do you address a problem that people sit back and sit there and have the nerve to say, we have no idea, no clue what's going on with today because times have changed? Have they really? Are you serious? We got in the dogs in 1983. That article was written in 1987. So in 1987, we were still newbies to the game. And they was addressing these issues. So you can imagine by the time we was into the 90s, did you think things had changed in the 90s? Because again, I'm 62 years old. If you think about it, I'm still in my early 20s. So the things that they complained and they talked shit about back then, we still have the same issues right now. The difference is, let me tell you where the difference fell in at. The difference came to where when we were underground, nobody was paying attention. Never really bothered anyone, wasn't hurting nobody. Come to the light, they're using statements like, we really have to make pit bulls fight each other? Really? A dog that was bred to fight, we have to make fight. Now, don't get me wrong here. I'm not here trying to promote, entice anybody to do anything with your dog. I'm just going to address something that should be, every person who has a pit bull should be at least knowledgeable and aware of. The dog was bred for the purpose of dog fighting. The dog didn't need no help fighting or wanting to fight. It was bred like that. So when you're going to take this same animal and pretend that that does not exist at all, then you got a problem. Because that same pit bull, American Pit Bull is the most loving animal that you can have in your house. I've had my pit bulls that have been family dogs, raised with my kids, raised 17 and 18 years of life, never seen a tooth, never ever bred. And you think that I would forget that that dog will still eat up another dog? Never let that leave my mind, because they were still some of our best breedings that we just took, and I used them as my pets. But as a responsible owner, knowing what this dog was bred to do, I was always aware of that. And these dogs that I'm talking about, they were people biters because they still protected my family. I didn't have to train them to do that. I had to train them to act when I tell you to act. But if I'm not around, you can act what you were born to do. And they learned that. And they were great protectors. They were gladiators. They were warriors that lived a good life. Has that changed? No, it hasn't changed. What has changed is a mindset of these people who want to own these dogs and who forget the purpose of why they were bred to do what they do, and that is fight and protect. Gladiators. We can't get away from that point. And I don't sit here and speak like I got something against the humane society. I don't have anything against them at all. Because again, it was all about the money, and people throw money at it, and they're ready to throw everybody else up under the bus just to keep getting that money. Now, I was caught in a case once before, and you go out there and find it, Ohio versus Michael Bayless. They charged me for not having insurance and for my registration for my dogs, and found me guilty. Now let's keep this in mind, fellas. Me, I had registrations, and my argument was, first of all, if I got registration papers given to me from a county official with dog tags, how can I be not having my dogs be registered? And they still had the nerve to find me guilty. The insurance. How am I guilty of an insurance to nobody's sales? Where are you going to get an insurance company who's going to give you insurance, homeowners insurance, because you own a pit bull? Especially with all the publicity that they were getting, because I think I had that case, I remember correctly, in 1990, I think it was 93, 94. Well, I took them all the way to the Ohio Supreme Court. And guess what? I didn't use a lawyer. Again, for some odd reasons, we have our better chances by just getting in there, doing our homework, and understanding and reading the law. But you got to understand, too, I have a sister that's a judge in Illinois. And then maybe we have the insights because we have that kind of information handily for us to tell us and helps us do what we're trying to fight. Maybe we got a little upper hand. Are we willing to take that risk? Because I can believe in my sister before I believe in somebody else. But in both me and my brother's cases, we fought them cases ourselves. Yeah, I went all the way to the Ohio Supreme Court. and I won. Let's talk about the registration first. I have a piece of paper. They give me this piece of paper from their registration, a legal document provided by the city with tags. The court felt the same way I did. If this was presented as his evidence of registration, what other evidence would he have needed that was supplied by the municipality of the city that wasn't sufficient, that would have made it sufficient enough for him to not be violated? They couldn't present anything else. The court asked, were these documents falsified? No. Were they tampered or altered in any type of way? No. Did the dogs represented on the registration represent the dog? Yes. Okay. Overturned, had to go back to the same judge. That judge was mad. Judge Calaby, I'll never forget him. As far as the insurance, let me tell you how we address the insurance. Your honors, remember this Ohio Supreme Court, I'm telling your honors, how can I be found guilty of buying something that is not available at all, nowhere in the state, that you can buy insurance for an American Pit Bull Terrier? How can I be found guilty of something that's not openly offered to any citizen? And the court found that to be very interesting because, believe it or not, fellas, the court didn't know that there was no one selling homeowners insurance for pit bulls. No one. And when they asked the prosecution to give them one, they couldn't give them none because they couldn't find one. Guess what? I beat that one too. But think about how many tickets they wrote, how many people they treated like that, how many times they actually got away with doing people like that, taking people's dogs based on that type of shit. That's breaking the law. That's making the law up as you go. Fellas, that was still 30-something years ago. So really, what has changed? I'm just asking. What makes what y'all going through any different than what we was going through back then? I'm lost. Nothing really. The only difference is they made it a federal offense. Maybe that put a little bit more kick to it. But it was always a federal issue because the Federal Humane Society was almost on every raid, at every on every warrant, on every decision making, because they was always the ones working with the police, so the feds was always involved. So that really wasn't no big shocker as far as making it a federal crime, because to me it had always been a federal crime anytime the Humane Society of America got involved, because they were still, it's America, you know, it is a federal organization. So, you know, kind of lost me on that one, because I'm still wondering what has really changed. Not much. Things are still the way they are now that they was back then. So for us to be in a situation that, you know, we out of touch. No, where we out of touch is the same thing that was said earlier in the conversation, anonymity, you know what I mean? Being totally anonymous. You know, take it from back here and put it back to where it belongs. Because down there, ain't nobody talking about it. Ain't nobody looking for the oorah oorah. See, back in that time period when we were young in the game, that's the part of the game that I kind of remember. You know, it was never was something that we boasted about or something that we was running out, you know, and didn't treat, you know, and treat it like, you know, just being honest with you, drug dealers standing on the corner on the block selling dope, you know. Just staying right there on the block and just get it off. That's just the way it was. You know what I mean? That the dogs wasn't like that. We wasn't standing on no blocks or just right there in the front yard just doing shit. No. It was always a secret society. Please understand that 36 years ago, yes, it was a very secretive society. What changed? Nothing. I thought it was still a secret society. Who knows what goes on in the basement anymore? Nobody's supposed to know what goes on in the basement. Ain't supposed to be knowing. If you know what was going on in the basement, well, guess what? It wouldn't be secret, would it? Same thing back then. See, back then, after it's all said and done, you had the journals, you had match reports, all that was fictional. If you notice, all these are in magazines, gentlemen. You know, this thing goes on. I mean, you need to get with Fat Bill because this thing has a whole lot of information in it, you know. But I'm just addressing some of the things that I'm talking about as far as what has changed. That's old Robert T right there for those who don't know. 18's Robert T. That's the one that Grand Champion Duke beat. He was a 9-time winner. That's him. I'm telling you, if you ain't got Fat Bill's books, you need to have them. I'm still going to represent the man because, again, this here is the American Times book. You know, so there's a difference between the two books, but Fat Bill picked it up where they left off. Right here, fellas. Pit bulls as pets, yes or no? According to one estimate at least, there are over 1 million pit bull dogs in this country. Presumably, most of them being kept either as pets or as guard dogs. Now that seems to me one hefty statistic, 1 million pit bull dogs. Too damn hefty, considered that every time I turn around, I'm hearing about one of them on the news. Now, I'm a man of the world. I've been around, I've listened to Phil Donahue, Oprah Winfrey. I've lived, I've heard all the most common opinions, both pro and cons, about keeping pit bull dogs as pets, and a few uncommon ones as well. But there are tragedies occurring. You see? Terrible tragedies involving the death of young children, children like yours and mine, little guys who can no more defend themselves against the attack of an aggressive Cocker Spaniel, never mind a raging pit bull. Blame the owner. Here's my stance. It is the usual one belonging to a pit bull owner and defender, and if you don't know, I'll sum it up for you. Blame the owner, not the dog. But there are much terrible things occurring, and with each new incident, we pit bull owners are perhaps spared for a time. Our own angry spares us anger over the disgusting hype, the wholesale and often near cannibalistic releasement that the media no longer even tries to hide. But later, when our anger has subsided and we have no choice but to focus in on some real tragedy that has occurred, the real tragedy that is and will remain long after scavenging media has had its field day, then what has happened is enough to wound clear through to the heart of every pit bull owner who is competent, feeling, and intelligent in his own relationship to the pit bull dog. And it is this point where it seems to me there are several and perhaps a good deal more questions to be asked and answered, certain things to be got at. Oprah, Bill, they will lay it all out for us, the problem and all the vast diversity of opinions as to how to solve it, encapsulate in their respective 1-hour time slots. Impressively, considering the time limitations and certain physical limitations on the speed at which are given human being is capable of speaking, Oprah came out smelling like a rose. Her show almost raising to the level of petty bickering, mostly between her guests and the audience. Alias, Bill's performance fell just short of tacky. Now, gentlemen, I said this earlier, and I will always keep saying it. These dogs, and it's just not my opinion, pits for pets does not make sense. And then just when it seems we had fixed the blame right where it belonged on the claws and the criminals, the irresponsible dolts, someone out of nowhere comes, the voice of some woman in a real distress on the phone with Oprah, telling of how her pit bull dog, raised lovingly as a pet and never having shown any signs whatsoever of aggression against people, one day right under the eyes of the babysitter, killed someone's child. It was not the woman's own child that was killed, rather a child belonging to her best friend, but a child nevertheless. And then the hastily tearful voice of that woman, choking back the tears, struggling mightily to have her words heard, the sound of that voice made permanent in our memories, returning again and again to haunt us. How defend the pit bull after that? The woman dog was raised with love, never mistreated, never fought, never allowed to run loose. The dog had always shown itself to be safe and dependable until. How defend the pit bull now? This time, no falling back on our favorite argument, placing the blame on all those mindlessly irresponsible adults who would own pit bulls for all the wrong reasons. Oh, how well we know, how sure we are that we know all the wrong reasons for keeping a pit bull for our own. But still, and all the voices of the woman returning again and again are thoughts. And we know that there are certain things that we have somehow missed, those certain things that we have not yet got at. Perhaps it's just we're so damn busy harping on all the wrong reasons for owning the pit bull, that we have fallen into a smug, sure silence in regards regards all the right reasons for keeping one. So sure and smug, so many pit bull owners who believe they know so perfectly well all the right and wrong reasons for owning the breed. Loudly and proudly they proclaim their preference for a dog that was bred for one particular and specific purpose, fighting. And then they turn right around and just as loudly proclaim that to own a pit bull dog for that purpose is the wrongest of reasons for having them. Let us all drive to work in our Stradivarius and heap scorn upon the old violin makers for having suggested that we bow our transportation rather than ride piggyback on it. Now, fellas, I did say this article was written in 1987, right? But as I go on, don't it sound just like it's something same old crap that you hear today? Same thing. So I sit before you and I place my argument on because I am 62 years old. I am considered the old school. The people who wrote that article, they was older than me at that time period. They were old school. What position would I be in to sit there and say to them that they don't know what they're talking about? They live in that life. As you hear him tell you, they're living in that world. That is their time. Just like I can tell you, sit in front of this camera and say, I lived in that time. I'm still living in this time. So at what point do you think I am out of touch? That's the part I don't understand. The same things that were said back then are the same things, the methods is being said now. Nothing has changed. And my thought, same as their thoughts, I feel the same exact way. I didn't start this. We became a part of something. If we wanted to use a pit bull for protection, then why would we have Malinois and Doberman Pinschers and German Shepherds and Rottweilers? Anybody who has ever known us, and that's from North Carolina to Florida all the way back to Ohio, places that we have lived, they don't only talk about our pit bulls, they talk about our Doberman gang, they talk about our Shepherds, they've talked about our Rottweilers, they've talked about our Malinois. See, our dogs do have a purpose. Every last one of them. Dobermans are for protection. They're working dogs. They're bred for that. The Rottweiler, big bulky protection dog. Don't have as much agility as that Doberman Pinscher, but his aggression make you think twice about what you're doing. German Shepherds, hey, they speak for themselves. Great, smart, intelligent guard dogs. Great for protection, easily can be trained, a little stubborn, a little harder to deal with, when it comes to getting them to do what you wanted them to do. But that comes with every breed. They all can be trained and have complications when it comes down to training. But the objective is, me as an owner and the trainer, we're responsible and they're going to do what we want them to do, when and how we want it done. That is our responsibility, and that responsibility lies on us, regardless of the breed. it's still going to fall back on us. All the way down to that mountain wall. And you see, when we get them, we start them real young. And they turn out to be great dogs. And I can truly believe and tell you, there's not too many people out here can ever say that we had all these dogs for breeding purposes and we were selling dogs like that's the way we made a living, because we were never puppy peddlers. Never. We always felt that our dogs that we trained, that we can train them to do what we need to do, and we can offer our service to other people based on what our dogs could do. If you need some protection at your business for a certain fee, you can grab one of them. Guarantee you. If somebody happen to get in there, they'll be there when we get there. You're having a party, you don't want a whole bunch of problems going on. For a certain amount of fee, we get the Rots and the German Shepherds and the Dogs and come on over there, and then we'll make sure that everything stays in control. You're having a party at the club, you want some security, no problem. We'll show up with the dogs for a certain fee. Remember, every dog had its purpose. But not one time did you ever hear me mention that we were out here using our pit bulls as protection dogs. Ever. My pit bulls that lived in my house to grow up with my kids were not trusted at all around anybody that wasn't in that immediate household at no time. And believe me when I tell you, at no time. If you came to that house and they were in that house and you wanted to come in that house, them dogs went outside. You know what I'm saying? Listen to what I said. Back in them times, I had an enclosure, right there at the pool. I could let them right out the back, and they could stand right there in the door. But we did not. It's not the fact that I didn't trust them. The fact is, I didn't train them not to trust them. If they didn't know you, they didn't like you. And they live with a Cocker Spaniel, Piper, Buddy, and Onyx. Buddy was Piper's father. Onyx was a Cocker Spaniel, full-blooded Cocker Spaniel, beautiful dog that Mo bred. And he was just as aggressive as those pit bulls. But he couldn't be trusted because he grew up around them. He acted like them. He, like a pack animal, was going to react when they reacted. He was a little bit smarter because he could come in the house. He knew how to go outside and come in the house and shut the door. The dog knew how to actually open the door, go use the bathroom, come back and close the door. Now that my son trained Onyx to do, and Onyx was very good at it. Pit bulls was always the da-das of the family. So you already know who the alpha was around the house, was Onyx. But Onyx couldn't boss them around. I had to keep them from killing Onyx because Onyx, tried to play the alpha thing and thought he could go on their food and they would, do damage to him. But he was a trooper because he never gave up his alpha position. But again, these dogs had a purpose. I never, ever, and my kids, my wife, understood. If you have people in the house, the dogs go outside. Period. Now, I don't know where people lose contrast to that. How many times have we seen, one horrible story I seen about a month ago. Guy going out of town and he took his dogs over to a friend's house. It was 4 of them. And he was supposed to be babysitting the dogs while they, his family member was out of town. Well, that same guy had the dogs out in the backyard, and he went out there to do something, and guess what? The dogs attacked him and killed him. 4 dogs, pit bulls, chewed on him like pack dogs. And there were people standing by who couldn't do one thing to help him. Now, just wondering, whose fault was that? Who do you blame for that? The family member who took the dogs to him? Or maybe the guy who felt like he knew the dogs well enough that he took on that responsibility and put himself in that situation. It's a tragedy all the way around. And it's sad that it happens. But the same conversation that I'm having today is something that just happened. The story I read to you earlier was 36 plus years ago. Still, same mind frame of thinking, same type of tragedy. Oh, I didn't think he never do anything. He never did that, nothing. People, understand what I am saying. I am talking about the American Pit Bull Terrier, who was bred for the purpose of fighting. That's it. Protection? Okay. But a certain type of protection because he's a gladiator. And you be wondering why they people biters. They'll love you to death, but everybody else is off limits. Can't we call that a trait? I mean, we look for all other kind of traits, fighting styles, mouth, body, ability. We can't use that as a trait. It's part of their trait. Let's keep that part in mind. How about addressing that? Because is that supposed to change all of a sudden? We still talking about the American Pit Bull Terrier. That is one of the traits. We're supposed to act like that don't exist? How many times we heard them talk about being people biters, man eaters? Hey, they'll all eat your ass up. To me, they all do it. I ain't never trained not one of mine to attack no human being. Never, ever. Not one of my dogs that I kept in that house. Now, I mean, I've taken both Piper and Buddy all the way to Ohio and walked into my mama's house. My mother's house. My mother, who never allowed a dog in her house. And leave my dogs with my mother as I go out and visit my other family and friends. To the point to where my mother almost wanted me to leave my dogs with her. Native didn't have no idea what she had. The only thing that she knew, that she could tell them to go do something and they would listen. Why? Because dogs have this little keen thing. When it came down to my mother and her relationship with them and my relationship with my mom, them dogs knew to protect my mom. And if you knocked on my mom's door, my mom knew what them dogs was going to do. My mom knew exactly what to do. She could tell them to sit down, go lay down, and they run to their spots that my mother had designated for them. And I'm telling you, she did this in a matter of 2 days. Full control. But she understood. Never trust them about anybody other than you that comes into your house. And for the whole month that I was there, she never trusted him. But she had enough control over him that when them, you know how they get, that tail go up and that growl, she'll put him in the room. Why can't we get other people to accept the obvious? That you're ready to put us down like all the way to the point that we have to train one to fight? Really? Are you serious? When I hear them kind of statements, I be wondering, where did they get that from? That's got to be some media bullshit that they throw out there. So I've never ever had to train a pit bull to be aggressive. Never, ever, ever. I mean, just never ever felt like you had to. That was maybe one of the traits that you kind of looked when you was dealing with them. They automatically, and you have to understand, they automatically did something that they was bred to do. That's just part of who they are. Did anybody ever stop and think about that? Why would you have to train one to do something they was bred to do? That didn't make sense to me. And to this day, still didn't make sense. And if you read, kept reading the article, you would have heard somebody else back 30-something years ago say the same thing. They were saying the same thing 36 years ago. We trained them to fight. How in the hell are we training these dogs to fight? No. They doing that on their own. If you remember, they were bred to do this. Just like hunting dogs are bred to hunt dogs. Bird dogs are bred to do this. There's traits that come with these dogs. We can't just automatically take a pit bull and all of a sudden he don't and forget all about his traits. Come on now. The mistakes are being made. The mistakes have been made for many years. So I'm always a key true believer in the responsibility always going to fall back on the owner. I don't knock no man that does anything and how they do it with their dogs. That's not why I'm having this conversation. The purpose of me having this conversation tonight is to address just because we old does not mean that we don't know. Maybe because you're young, you just don't know where you're going because you don't know where you came from. So I can understand why you don't want to listen to your elders. 36 years ago, we did talk about that, fellas, how times have changed. Kids have changed. Why? Because the courts, back in my day, now I was born in 1961, my mama beat the shit out of me. I'd be a damn fool to go run and tell the law to tell my mama beat my ass. And then go tell on my dad? When mama beat your ass, that was bad enough. But when you got to get daddy on your ass, that means you have messed up real bad because now you got mama and daddy in your ass. So you done really messed up. And I'm going to go run tell somebody that my mama and daddy whooped my ass. Come on. Would have never crossed my mind, would have never thought of it because I wasn't raised like that. Respect-wise, I fear my neighbors. We lived in, I think we was one of the only two black couple, families that stayed in a middle class neighborhood. All my neighbors across the street, on each side and behind us, they were white. So I didn't understand, I didn't deal with, what prejudice was. Really know what prejudice was, what it really meant until I got in the United States Marine Corps. And which means I had to get away from home. Because I keep trying to tell you, I come from a mixed family. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure y'all seen the little picture that's on my desk here. My mother-in-law and my half-mixed mama. My mama mixed. I gotta be. Come on now. I might be dark, but if I got a mixed mama, I'm supposed to forget about my white side? Come on now. That don't make sense for me. Never had to feel like I ever had to defend either side. Even to this day, I don't play that. I mean, my mother-in-law is white. Come on. How you think I'm supposed to make my wife feel by sitting there talking about white people? I might be talking about my mama and my mother-in-law? Come on. So one thing I try to make clear around here, and don't ever take race as an issue with me, because I don't see color. I see the personality and a person. If you represent based on your actions, the actions of a person that will be considered a racist, I'm going to call you on it. Don't care if you like it. You can come back and say whatever you want to say. But I've been around in this world long enough to understand what it looks like and what it means. How are we still even talking about racism in 2023? But we are. So don't act like it don't exist. Don't act like this dog pit bull situation just started, that we don't know what we talking about because it's been around. Don't act like it don't exist, because it still exists. They still saying the same things. They still doing the same things to get us. They still using the media to downplay it and just make it out of something that you really ain't. But nobody's ever stopping and accepting the fact that, guess what? These dogs weren't meant to be pets at all. The more people that have them, the more mistakes is going to happen. The more people are going to keep hearing about dogs being killed. And the more they keep using that, they're going to give them every reason in the world to try to ban the damn dog when it ain't the dog's fault. It's the owners. And one thing I can truly say about dog men of that time and my time and moving forward, we never got away from understanding that. Never. Dogs is what they are. I can truly tell you, back in my day, we were dog fighters. Am I supposed to be ashamed for saying that? Just wondering. Are people supposed to look at me and look at me all funny because I used to fight dogs? I'm wondering. If you go back and look at the history and look how many people are in history when it came to dog fighting. Think about it. I didn't create this, but we know it's been long, way back from the 1800s. It was the sport of gentlemen at one time. Am I supposed to, scringe every time I say the word dog fighter? I'm supposed to feel a certain type of way about that? I don't think so. Because that was a way of life. That's the way it was. I didn't create the breed. The breed was already meant to do exactly what it said do. I love dogs. I understood the purpose of that dog. You never ever heard me say I would ever fight my Rottweilers, Doberman Pinschers, or German Shepherds, or Malinois. Never. They wasn't bred for that. That's what they're known for. So why the hell else would I use a pit bull for anything other than what it was bred for? Does that make me old school? No. Because I just showed you an article from 1987. They're completely saying the same thing that you're hearing in 2023. And I guarantee if I go do a little bit more homework, I can find articles a lot older than that, and they're still going to be saying the same shit. So nothing has really changed. No, we're not out of touch. No, we're not though so old that we don't have no idea what the hell is going on. Actually, we should know a little bit more than what's going on because, damn it, the dog hasn't changed. Owners and breeds, but it has a history that's always going to lead back to somewhere. So to act like you're doing something new, but still talking about something old, just respect that part of the game. Because that's what the game was actually built on. That was everybody's goal at the time when it was used for the purpose of fighting. Fighting dogs bred to fighting dogs gave you fighting dogs. The goal was to have the best fighting dog. So when you talk about fighting dogs and you're breeding fighting dogs, when anybody says you're breeding dogs for the purpose of dog fighting, I get lost. Because I think anybody who breeds a pit bull who don't understand the purpose of why you making that breed, then you're lying to yourself. Because whether the law wants to accept it or just blatantly just come out and say it, the fact is, anytime you breed a fighting dog to a fighting dog, you're going to get a fighting dog. So to be breeding the dog for the purpose of dog fighting sounds ridiculous. When somebody comes at me and says, because I made this breed, I bred this dog for the purpose of dog fighting. Well, how do you know? Why can't I just been breeding 2 dogs? Do you say that about when I breed my Malinois to another Malinois, or my Doberman Pinscher to another Doberman Pinscher? How do you just throw that on me that I am breeding my 2 dogs like anybody else would breed 2 dogs for the purpose of dog fighting? That's like that law, about finding me guilty for not having $50,000 worth of pit bull insurance when nobody sold it. How? That's like, breeding dogs for the purpose of dog fighting. How do you come to that? Never understood that. Because it's easy to label a person who has dogs, especially pit bulls, and they can just throw that on you and you have to defend that. Because the law exists. It states just that. Breeding dogs for the purpose of dog fighting. Promoting. Now, because I sit here and we talk openly, we jump on the bus, we go back in time, we tell y'all to take this ride. We want y'all to put yourselves in our situation, back in that time period. We want you to feel what we felt and understand why we did what we did and the reasoning behind how we did it, because that was a part of our life. This is what we lived. And I have said this on a couple of occasions, we see a lot of shows on TV. Does that mean we're promoting people to be drug dealers? Because you made a movie about the gangsters? Or because you made a movie about the drug dealers or the old gang members? Does that mean you're promoting them? How come it can't just be a movie about something that just happened? These are real people. These real people lived a life. Those are true stories. Somebody need to go to jail for that? Is that promoting drug dealing? No. They're actually getting paid to make the damn movies. Somebody got paid swell. But nobody's going to jail for promoting that drug dealer or promoting that gang member or promoting that killer or that, Gangster? This is no different, people. No different at all. What we do here, we tell you, is educational, historical, knowledgeable, and entertainment. But let's keep the reality check in place. There is no age limit to when you're having these conversations. If you want to find something new on another way of doing this situation and trying to be legit about how you're dealing with these dogs, that has always been out there. What happened to all those big organizations? The treadmill races, the confirmation shows, the weight pools. What happened? Why aren't we doing that anymore? Why don't people have their weight pulling registrations with the ADBA, confirmation and all that stuff? Y'all don't even like even registering. But nobody wants to do that. But if you look back in the past, yeah, we had that to do. Yeah. Remember T-Bud, even Mayday. Mayday was a show winner, also a fighting dog. Bleed Act. He's not the only dog that was a fighting dog to actually had confirmations, shows, and other things that were legit and ribbons. This is not nothing new. Y'all ain't know that? I'm hoping that y'all knew this already, because this is nothing new to be trying to do it and trying to tell people what to do and how to do it. If you really want to do something, y'all would support Samurai. You just seen a man talk about 100 to 300 dogs at each one of these dog shows. What that man did with the digital dog show was different. It's a difference because you don't have to get up and go nowhere. All you got to do is take a video camera, put your dog in shape, and then present it. Unlike dog shows, confirmation shows, treadmill races, wall climbing, what happened to the pit bull community to where we don't come together and start putting these activities together and make them really happen? Because we got pit bulls, mean we got to be dog fighters? Are you serious? Are you got to be kidding me? No. My job, when I put this show together, I told you I did that for my brother. That's all. Not to sell dogs, not to do anything, but to share his knowledge and his experience, because it brought life to him, because he loved it that much. And love it that much to this day. And he's my brother, so you know my love for him is always going to be what he loves. So that's not even in question. My question is, I'm not here to promote treadmill races. I'm not here to promote wall climbing and confirmation shows. If I had that attitude about that, I could be more helpful to a situation that I was a part of. Yeah, I'm old school dog fighter. Understand what I just said. Old school dog fighter. Not old school confirmation treadmill, wall climbing, weight pulling. You don't hear me discussing that because it wasn't our thing. Even though, now listen to what I say and listen to me clearly. Every dog that we have conditioned has always been known to weight pull. Every dog that we ever conditioned has learned to run a treadmill. Every dog that we basically condition can run up a wall. Why do we do that? Because unlike a fur pull, it takes a dog to have a little bit of knowledge about seeing that little thing he likes to get and how aggressive he is and his willingness to try to run up a wall to get it. Fur pull is too easy. On a spring, you know, jump up and down and grab them, stand there and hold it and hold it and hold it. Now, we actually have a wall that you could just stand back there and say scratch and watch him run up to the wall and then see how high he can go to go get it. Because again, we're trying to build their ability to want to do something. How far would you go? How bad do you want it? That really builds a dog's enthusiasm. Now, none of them start off jumping, just running straight up the damn wall. But you ever seen a dog first time on a treadmill? See how skittish they are about it? So y'all understand where I'm coming from? You got to start somewhere. You got to start somewhere. And as you progress, things do get better. That's how life works. That's how training works. That's how dog fighting works. That's how everything about life is. Nobody comes in kicking the door down. You only get better based on experience and knowledge. So, I'm trying to kill that myth about because we old, we don't know what we're talking about. I'm killing that myth. I just think because you're young and too high strung, you don't know what you're talking about. Which takes me back to, you know, the article we wrote, heard 30, you know, it was written 36 years ago. We have just lost all the responsibility, respect for your elders and all your parents, you know, all that shit went out the door. That was 36 years ago. So you're not surprising me at all when I see this shit today. And believe me, as a father of 7 kids, trust me, I didn't have that to worry about. My parents didn't worry about it. I got 9 brothers and sisters. Why the hell you think I was going to be worried about what I did to my children having 7? I believed in beating your ass. Because I believe in you're my responsibility. You won't ask me or answer or Dad, you too rough or none of that shit. I don't know. I love my children. But I was very demanding of my children. Why? Because look how I was raised. I learned to respect my elders. I learned to respect my parents. I learned to go to school, do what I was told to do, and come home and take care of my business. And I lived a great life. I'm not saying I was a perfect kid once I got out there, of course. But guess what? Due to what my parents and their values and what they expected of me, made me a better person all the way around. Because one damn thing for sure, I ain't dumb. By far. Never been dumb. Always had respect. I deal with too many people in my life. I did tell you, I deal with a lot of people in life. And you see, I don't hide the fact that I'm a dog fighter. But I deal with people all the time. It's what my life revolves around, having to deal with people. But I'm always going to be respectful. I'm going to always be knowledgeable. And I'm always going to try to do the best I can do. Be the best person I can be when it comes to doing what I say I'm going to do and sticking to my word. Same way the dog game used to be. We negotiated at the scale. We negotiated the referee. We negotiated the weight. We negotiated the amount. It's always going to be negotiations. It's not no one-sided story. At some point, to negotiate with anybody, you got to respect what you're doing. And I say these things because this is the business side of what I consider the dog game. That's why I can find it easier and feel more comfortable and sit down and have this conversation. My brother, he can run through all the pedigrees, but I can have this conversation. Because this conversation is a conversation that needs to be had when you talk about, easy to talk about, old school don't know, no. But let me explain something to you, new school. If you stop and listen long enough, maybe y'all could have the ability to come together and have a real confirmation show. A real weight pulling show. A real treadmill race. And have people from all over the place come. Because if you do that and be successful at it, then maybe everybody won't always look at you as a dog fighter because you have a dog. You ever thought about that? Because the underground has always been the underground. Nobody really cared what we was doing. Back then, remember, we was getting misdemeanors because we wasn't hurting nobody. Our dogs wasn't out there killing nobody. They wasn't doing no damage. But as soon as everybody else started putting their hands on them, showing up in rap videos, and everybody started realizing that, guess what? The basement ain't no basement no more. The underground ain't underground no more. It ain't One Public, Sports Illustrated, Oprah, Phil Donahue. Guess what? We still doing the same thing nowadays. Look at them. Look, all these podcast people when they dogs. Come on now. And you gonna tell me, because I'm old school, I don't know what the hell is going on? You gotta be, come on, man. When people say things like that, that goes to show me how ignorant they are. Because you would actually say something like that and want people to listen to you? Really? I thought if you really wanted to get people to jump on board, you do what Samurai did. I give that young man a lot of respect because guess what? Not only did he have an ideal, regardless of how many people didn't do or nothing else, the more he does it, the more he's going to be successful. Because at least he's offering something and he's following through. Y'all supposed to respect that. Because maybe it's a guy like that that might be able to take it from the digital and take it back to what we call the old school. Remember, let me get back to the old school thing here. Let me get this back here. Let's go back up in here and get back to what we was talking about in the old school. Let me see, where my thing go? Let me get back to the little dog races they had up here. Wouldn't it be nice, y'all, to be able to have this like that? Just to be able to be just straight up real about it, you know. Because we know it has happened. It was on a big level. It was big time back then. This stuff right here. Look at this. How about that? That's Louisiana. Come on now. Let's go up here. That wasn't just Louisiana. We got another show right here. Oklahoma. 100 and 300 people. Dogs at this spot. This is nothing old. This has already been done. But why can't we do this now? Look. Do y'all understand where I'm coming from today? When you sit back and you want to talk about legitimizing these game American Pit Bull Terriers, they have always been legitimate. They have always had something to do. My point is, first and foremost, is let me put the responsibility back on the owners. Because an American Pit Bull Terrier was bred for the purpose of dog fighting. Once we understand that, get that out of the way, maybe a lot of these accidents and people walking in the dog parks with pit bulls and people letting them get off the chain and going out hurting other people, all the stupid things that go along with having these damn dogs because the damn owners don't really have no responsibility and shouldn't even have the damn dogs because these dogs ain't just meant for everybody. So don't get mad at me because I'm a dog fighter and at least I accept the responsibility that I'm a dog fighter. I'm going to tell you that dog was meant for this purposes, and no, I don't need to train him to do that because he is bred well enough that he should know how to do that on his own. It's a trait. And I'm not ashamed to say that. Okay? But for those who want to do something more, it's possible. Look, it's possible. Look at them. Nationals set for Fort Worth. This is 1987. Between $100 and $150 expected for the full day of confirmation show and weight pulling. Listen to what I am saying to you. You can do this right there. You ain't the first. It used to be done. That's what I'm saying. Instead of trying to sit down and talk about it, OG. Take the night and say an OG trying to give you some new school direction. And that direction is towards something that has already been done. Pull together the resources, get back and learn what it took, and make it happen, Captain. That's a lesson to be taught, and hopefully it's a lesson to be learned. And where'd you get it from? Huh? Another old school. So, tonight, I took advantage of a situation because Mo ain't here. And I felt like this is the conversation I've been looking to have. Because you're right. I'm not going to sit here and try to talk about something I don't know what I'm talking about because I can get into these dogs. Don't ever feel like that I can't. I dive right in here. I can show you, man, hold on. Let me show y'all some shit right quick. Let me get down and break down some shit down in here, boy. Get y'all to see some shit. You know what I mean? The old school. Give you a quick look at some things. Even in these books, we had show reports. This book wasn't strictly just with Boudreaux and all them. Look, you know, you already see my man Robert T. I'm trying to get down here and give you some show news. You see my boys way back in the day. Hold on, y'all, just bear with me. I'm going to get to it. Look at Grand Champion Tornado right there. Look at her. That's her back in 1987. She was still just a 5. She had just picked up her championship right here in this book right here in 87. Became a 5-time winner. Yeah. Show news. It's in this book. Again, big shout out to Fat Bill. Great historian. Man was behind the scene. Remember, he had all this. And if you don't have yours, I'm sorry to say, you know, look at the date right there. I'm not playing. Look at the date right there. That's 1988. That's just volume 2. Come on now. If y'all ain't got up with Fat Bill and got his damn books, that man should not have to be, he should be having a line of people lined up to get his shit. Look here. Now everybody know my man Frank Rocker, well-known dog man from Ohio. You know, remember, he was the New Times editor in 1988. This is him. Look. See, y'all want to talk history? In order to be able to do history, you got to know where you come from. Y'all ain't, look, yard rated, dogs taken, 1987, wire services. Look at that. Monday, February 8, 1987, wire service reported the following from Colorado. 37 pit bulls seized in a raid on a suspected illegal dogfighting operation could face killing, authorities say. The dog's owner is Robert C. Bad Bob, Thu of Yonder, was arrested, an investigator for the Humane Society of the United States of America, for the United States, called one of the largest seizures of pit bulls in the country. Look at this, y'all. The largest seizure in the country. 37 dogs. That was 1988. The largest seizure in America. 37 dogs. You know, that's all crazy, don't it? I'm just putting this thing out, but I just want to get down here to, okay, there's another Nationals right there. I think this one here was, can't remember where that was. But look, females, look at them. Showing off the dogs, man. Best to show. No, but what I'm going to get on to, I'm trying to find them here. Hold on. See, there's a lot of history, gentlemen, out here that a lot of guys aren't familiar with. You're stepping into the game, and look, for everybody who don't know about the bully son situation, these are legends. Remember, this was back when it happened. Look at the people involved. Great story right there. Great story. With a conclusion. Now, you remember, I'm just if y'all should, you know, we had this story before, you know, but, you know, you hear, I mean, we talk about it now and you can hear all the different type of stories. But let's go all the way back, and remember, this book was written in 1987, okay? This was right after what happened. The bully son. Remember, these people were still living. You know, you see Floyd up in there. You see Maurice Carver up in there. You see Jerry. You see Don. I see Floyd. I seen Floyd up in there. I seen Benny Bob in the corner with Norman Hooten and Robert Kahn. Look, these names are very, very familiar to you pit bull fanciers who know this game. This is the version of what happened at the time in history. Not 20, 30 years later where you got 50 people telling the story. This is a story to be reckoned with because it's more closer to the time it happened. That's all. I'm just saying, all the right people, they in the story right there. They just... Doris, Bobby Lee, remember Maurice, Pat, Bully son, Doris, Bobby Lee, and I were the last ones to leave following old Don Mayfield. But another one of them things I was just saying, if you don't know what's going on and where you're coming from, it's hard to understand you to be trying to figure out where you're going. Now, here's some of the match reports I wanted to show you guys real quick here. Let me see if I can find them here. Right there, Ronnie versus the A-Team. Red Candle, the White Dog. Look at some of the guys that's out in this thing. Joe versus Gonzalez. I think I got one in here. Chicago Nate versus Allen. Now, we already know who the A-Team is. You know, for those who don't know, that's Kenny Allen. You know, I think I got a report with McNasty and Ohio Cash in here. Daryl Danny Burton right there in Holland. Let me see. There's the A-Team and Gilly. And actually in this book it has Tornado when she won her 5th. A-Team, you know, Kenny used to get it in. Again, getting down here, I'm finna show you some of my Ohio people up in here. Now y'all remember, the reason y'all see Kenny Allen up in this book so much, remember, because Kenny was the author of this book. So just keep that in mind, you know. So Kenny was always going to have his shit up in there one way or the other. But I'm trying to find, there was some Ohio shows up in here. I'm just saying the boys was getting busy. And you know, Kenny stayed busy. Look at him. See if I can find him. Yeah, we done did the Indian Sunny shit. Let me see. Hold on. I'm just trying to find some of the bigger shows. They had some bigger shows that was real interesting. Even had actually there's a story of my man in here, Buffalo Soldier. I'm just doing a quick run through. This story right here, you guys will love. Rambling with the Alabama Red. This is strictly for the beginners. You know what I'm saying? For all you beginners, you know, this is a great story right here. I would go over with y'all, but you know, I wasn't trying to bore y'all. You know, I had other things to do, but these are just some of the things I just want to reach in there and just grab at, because I think, you know, history has always been something that, you know, I've been a fan of, because I'm a true believer, you know, just based on my experience with my peers, my family. You know, y'all know who that is? Y'all know who that is? Look right there. Y'all look at that guy right there. Look how young he is. That is the Buffalo Soldier. Yes. Ain't that something? Giving props, a tribute to the man. Remember, this was 1987, y'all. And if I remember that correctly, look, that's Chicago Nate. Y'all seen him up there. And his wife. So for people to sit up there and be talking that crazy shit about any man and a woman, I'm telling you something, y'all don't know what the hell y'all talk about. Because any real dog man gonna have his wife all up in his business. I don't know where y'all got that little idea that that man was out here doing saw this and all that, and his wife did not know. I ain't never in my whole 30 plus years in this game ever took my wife somewhere and she was not, while the man was over there talking dog, she was over there hanging out with the wives. I have never ever heard no craziness that we were sneaking off doing a damn thing. That is 1987, a tribute to the man Chicago Nate and his wife, the Buffalo Soldier. Come on, y'all. Don't act like I'm sitting up here playing with you, because I am not. I'm trying to tell you. A legend dies and lives on. That is the root of this, how this thing get, man. This is what that is all about. Y'all know that. Y'all know who they talk about. Andre Giroux. Those who don't know who he is, come on, man. Y'all need to get a book, because that means y'all late. Y'all see all them champions, 1972, 1969. The man didn't die until 1982. Look at the great dogs he had. Come on, y'all still got some of these dogs up in y'all shit. That takes y'all, you know, Walter, Kominsky. See, a lot of this, I'm just saying, because, I mean, I'm just doing a quick run through because I'm trying to get to some other things. But just to give you an idea, Fat Bill, great historian. A lot of this information y'all hearing me talk about, look, Frank Rocker, the editor's page. I told you. Remember, Frank became the leading editor in 1986. You don't know about him, the man from Ohio. You know, all my Ohio people, y'all know what the deal is. We know who he is. Couldn't be in Ohio and not know who he was. Just like all the other people in Ohio. But the way they used this was different than the journal. This got more into, you know, and I'm going to get that to Kenny, because Kenny was another one. Kenny Allen, for those who don't know who I'm talking about. He was another one that was really on top of trying to make the game better than what it was. Here there's another story. Unless you are blessed with photographic memory, along with having time to read all the littermates available to the American people here, things can get a bit confusing. Is that dog a sporting or a bench champion? Which Grand Champion Luther are they advertising? Do you mean the one that was never matched, or the other one that won 7 but credited with only 3? You know what I mean? Remember I was telling you about our champion right out of Ohio, Grand Champion Luther. Remember, now he did win 7, but they only got 3. Why? Because remember them back in them days, them boys didn't give a fuck about reporting shit. Remember Dolomite? Y'all don't, nobody know who Dunk, Grand Champion Dunk was. Remember Dunk was the one to beat Robert T. 9-time winning Robert T. Kenny Allen's Robert T. But see, you want to know why people don't know that story? Because who in the hell was writing that story? You know? But the fact is, it definitely happened. You got out there and you did your homework, you kind of understand where I'm coming from. These things did happen. Now, this is some of the stuff my boys now, right, like my man right over here, Cleveland Lady and Ohio Cass Pickles. These are some of the Ohio people. My man Willie Pitts, him and his Tyson dog. He the one that had the Jughead dog, the judo beat. He was a 3-time winner. BLB Kennels, Doc, going in my man McNasty Stein. Look at him. But check out this, fellas. What I wanted y'all to see is, you check out BLB's, you know, that's the one who owned Grand Champion Staten. But look at the dogs that was messing with. Doc is a brindle off of Kingfish breeding. Now, remember we told you a lot of them Kingfish dogs they was using in Ohio? Let me show you something. Here's another one up here. Ohio Cash. A brindle from Bailey and a black alligator Serrano cross. Both fast, hard mouth bitches. Okay. Let me see. Right here. Underneath this one right here. Mau Mau. We already know who Mau Mau. Now remember I told y'all about that brother named Jeffro? Jeffro was the first one that gave us the loss with judo. Remember we bought judo in at 47 pounds. Well, that's who we went into, Jeffro. Now look, you see Jeffro beat Mama that day, didn't he? You know what I'm saying? Do you see the type of dog that Mama was playing with at first? I know that, remember, Mama out of Ohio. But remember, he was messing with that Kingfish shit. You know? So that's just some of the things, you know, that, remember, this is 1980 something, fellas. Look, STP, Champion Bonnie versus Squeaky Smiley. Look, STP got their ass whooped. These kind of things happened back in them times. It wasn't nothing unusual. People don't know who the Ghetto Boys was? Hold on, wait a minute. Look at them. Piss Champion Tony versus the Ghetto Boys Blitz. Look, Ghetto Boys back in the day, they took out a champion. Champion Tony wasn't unheard of. Not really. Tom and the Bishop brothers, you know what I mean? Look at them. These people actually ran together, fellas. This is me just running in, just showing you things that y'all don't see because you don't get out there and look. These things are out there. This game was there long before y'all was. Been a part of that long before any of y'all, you know, could even possibly imagine. Unless you was a historian or you really, really wanted to understand which way you want to take something, I'm really a true believer and you better go back and try to understand what they did and how they was doing it and why they did what they did. I am a true believer in that. Because that's where your success is going to come from. That's where our success came from. Not only did we have a little knowledge on the histories by knowing what we was trying to do, but then to be hands-on trained by some of the best to do it, follow the pattern, learn what you do, and then put it to the test. That's how this game works. So if you want to be legitimate, don't act like you got to something hard to do. No, it has already been done on a national level. If you pull your head together, get and support something, and want to make it happen, it can happen. That's why I take my hat off to Samurai. Only because, and I say this, because he put together an ideal that no one has ever tried to do, and he didn't let nothing deter him from doing that. Now, a man that got that kind of push and that kind of will to do something and try to be legitimate about doing it is the same type of man that I would say samurai. This stuff has been done before. How about reaching out to the community? Community, how about jumping on that man's bandwagon and making that part happen? Stop talking about it and start being about it. How about that? I don't see everybody out here trying to do anything but talk. That's the only man that I've seen get out there and actually stuck to his guns and did it. That kind of man, with some help, will put y'all back to doing what was really needed to be done that had already been done before. But what's wrong with us putting together our own confirmation shows? What's wrong with us out there supporting the treadmill races? What's wrong with out there supporting weight pulling? What's wrong with that? Ain't a damn thing wrong with it. What's wrong with the digital dog show? Something new, interesting. But guess what? Ain't nobody else thought about doing it. And being that he was successful enough to do it and pull it off, I think he would be even more successful if y'all would get out there and help him, and y'all would actually get out there and make some of these confirmation shows. Put together some of them organizations. I've talked to the man before. I've seen him reach out to Mr. Garcia. Hey, my thing is, on anything that you do, you don't isolate people. No. You better keep the door open, because them same people you isolating will be the same people that will stunt your growth. When you open the doors up to anybody, you open the doors up to everybody. And that's how I roll. I don't discriminate my customers, because I don't discriminate my money. I don't discriminate my family members, because they're my family. I sure as hell don't discriminate my dogs. My dogs have a purpose, and each one has a special purpose. So I'm not going to knock a Malinois, a Doberman Pinscher, or a Rottweiler, or even my damn little Doodle. Hell, even she'll bite your ass and attack you if I tell her. Even she got a purpose. She give me time to get to my shit just in case somebody, don't have to worry about nobody catching me off guard, because she gonna let me know even if you outside by my vehicle. She got great hearing, you know what I mean? Remember, she's the loudest little rat thing around the house. But, she even has a purpose. My thing is understanding the purpose and what you want to do in life and being able to achieve by being true to what you're trying to do. Keeping everything that's necessary. You got to be respectful. Got to be mindful. Got to be intelligent. And you got to be a bulldog. Those things right there, where everybody's ready to say, shit on the community. Well, stop shitting on the community. Stop hating. There ain't nothing in my past that y'all can't fix. Y'all can't go back and change. Nothing I done did. Y'all people don't know me personally. Y'all don't have no idea who I am in life. And I don't make it no big deal to be out here trying to tell you either. That's just some more of that fake ass shit that I be listening to. That I be like, if you only knew. And I don't even be worried about if I was a couple years younger. I still feel like age ain't got a damn thing about who I am. Cause I don't change for nobody. Remember, I don't have to change. I'm too old to change. I'm one of them kind of guys. I don't have to worry about nobody firing me so I can say what the fuck I want to say. Do what the hell I want to do. What I gotta be worried about. You don't see me bite my tongue about being no goddamn dog fighter, and I got 3 companies. Awards, fellas. See these? These are awards. You see those? You see that? You know what I mean? And I'm the same guy that sits around here and talk about being a dog fighter. You think I give a damn? Rewards, gentlemen. You see them? Huh? You see them? Huh? Yeah. Think I worry about, you know what I mean, being ashamed of being a goddamn dog fighter? Really? Hold on. What's the other one I got? Huh. All the way down 2010. Y'all seen that? Recognition and quality service as a premier service provider with the gold label on it. Gentlemen, I've been in business since 2004. Come on. Couple of them. Ain't no shame in my game. None. I say this because I'm just not just know anybody telling you a story. My brother just not really know anybody telling you a story. And you're right, y'all really don't know us personally. Y'all probably hear a whole bunch of different stories, but man, remember, for like everybody, y'all really didn't ever know us any damn way. And if you hadn't been in the basement, then you wouldn't have been, you know, we wouldn't have had to worry about you not knowing who the hell we was. That's the thing. We just wasn't hanging out in the right spots. So I go to show you, maybe that's where the problem came in at. You wasn't where we was. We was on a whole new level. Maybe that's had a lot to do with that. I'm gonna blame it on that. I ain't gonna put you down for it, but I'm just checking your record. Because they ever thought about that as maybe why you don't know who we are? I'm just saying. Because it's all the right people know who I am. That's what matters to me. You know, because them the same guys that step up, and they one of the major reasons why we doing this podcast. Because when we needed their support, guess what? We didn't have to work hard to get it. So, I mean, I think generosity and good character and being true to what you do, it's not a, you know, you can do that when you got that kind of pull. You know, I never take advantage of anybody, but a business is business. You know, I don't have a problem doing business. Actually, I think I do pretty good at it. I'm up in age now. I don't never work as hard as I used to with 7 kids. You know, this is life is a whole lot different, a whole lot, you know, different for me with health problems and everything. I've lived my life to where I'm happy. I don't have the stress, you know. So I can take time to do these things like this because this is what we both love to do. I love coming in here on Tuesdays. I love being here today, sitting here talking to y'all. Here's my chance to be able to give y'all something. Don't always necessarily be about Mo. Mo got his thing and I got my thing. My thing is business. Has time really changed? No. Same thing we was talking about then. Still talking about the same shit now. And if you went back way back then in 1987, I could take you even further back than that, because in 1970, 72, 73, remember I was born in 61. I can guarantee there's stories in the 60s about when things was changing. Remember, they used to do the Madison Square Garden, have them big conventions in Louisiana and New Orleans and all that other shit. People coming in from all over the world. What made it change? What happened to that change? So, there was a real big change when it went from that to even having to go deeper underground. Very interesting story. But again, in order to understand why things changed the way they did, don't act like it didn't exist. Don't pretend like when somebody's trying to tell you that we don't know what the hell we're talking about. You still got to live what we've lived. And y'all just getting started. We done been there and done that already. How many times y'all done heard that? We've been there and done that. As parents, that's what made things that our kids did a little bit easier. Because when they thought they was getting away with shit, all you've written to do is get yourself in deeper shit. So go ahead, just try it. That's how I felt about it. I let them hang themselves. But the punishment was always severe enough that you only had one chance to pull that stunt. Next time, it was never going to be a next time. Because I always dealt with it on the first time. Make the first time worse enough that you'll be a damn fool to deal with me on the second run. So, where I get that attitude, well, that's the way my mother and father were. Yes sir, no sir. No such thing as, hey Michael, what? No, it ain't what? What'll get you killed? You know what I mean? Those are the times that I grew up. Yeah, I'm old, but guess what? We still grew up in a respectable type of situation. And I raised a family. I'm dealing with grandkids now. Going to be dealing with great grandkids. So when I sit here and tell you and waste my time trying to give you life, I know there's a whole lot of people that might be watching this show to completely understand where I'm coming from and truly believe and understand that maybe he really trying to fix something, which I am, and that is, don't cancel the old out not too soon, because it's going to be the old that's going to help you survive as you move forward in life with the new. And I'm pretty sure we all grown folk, and it ain't the first time you done heard that. And as you grow and get older, it ain't going to be the last time. But now we're talking about these dogs. I think it is time for a change. Get things going back to where they belong, underground. Because that's where it needed to stay at. Anonymous. Didn't have to worry about it. Wasn't nobody worried about shit in anyway. Wasn't nobody trying to be in the news. Wasn't nobody trying to get the claim of fame. We were just all trying to have a better dog. And it is what it is. It ain't about selling dogs. If you want to get legitimate, get back to the registries. Get back to this getting together with these associations. Get back and starting to make these races and these wall climbings and these weight pool events happen. Get the right people that you know will make sure these things come together. You know how you do that? By using the people who people already know. That's why I take a big shout out to our viewers. Because one thing that I definitely knew when I went to Tom Garner's, and I spoke and let everybody know I was going to Tom Garner's, me and my brother. I was amazed to see how many people went to Tom Garner's for the first time just because they knew we was going to be there. And I'm not just bragging, I'm just going to tell you the truth of what was really said and what I've really seen happen. Didn't know we had that kind of influence. I mean, signing autographs? Are you serious? I mean, that's a big shout out to our viewers. That's the passion that this game, this love for these dogs have. And then, yeah, guess what? Tom also said that was the biggest pig picking he ever had. And if that was what it took, and if I had anything to do with that, then guess what? I'd be willing to do that again for anybody. And you get all my boys, the Mama, the Richard Garcias, the 7-8s, the Masons, the Bacaris, the Rostermans, the BLBs, you know, all my boys, fellas. Because my reach is long and far. And I want my boys to believe in me as they believed in me. The time that they took to give us the knowledge and gave us the knowledge and what we did with it. And where I can look back on them and be proud of what they did for me. And they can look at me and be proud of that I did it. And I'll reach out to them same fellas and stand on the same platform and be right behind anything and have them trying to be on that same platform with me to make anything happen if I need it to be happening. That's what a fraternity does. That's what respect for the fraternity does. That's what respect for my elders and my people really means. I need your help. Can you help me? What you need, twin? Anybody want to test that? See how far that'll go? I'm just saying. Don't burn your bridges. You don't burn your bridges. Because if it don't be for the things that people did for us, will we be able to sit here and have the experience that we can talk about today? I don't think so. So that's not talking us not reading out of a book. That's just us actually sharing our life with you. And y'all have no idea what the rest of my life consisted of. So right now we just talk dogs. That you don't know about ain't meant for this. Ain't none of your damn business. So that's how I feel about that. I'm too old to be worried about what people say. But if you say it, I will address it and don't get too fucks about how you feel about it. So that's just the way it is. And I ain't gonna spend a lot of time talking about it. So y'all know that by now. We've seen enough of that, haven't we? But this is what it is all about. This is how Michael Twin One handles the Friday night hot mic show without Mo. Hey Mo, I know you out there. If you're missing this, bruh, you'll catch it in the morning. I'll see you later, fam. But yo, fellas, I appreciate everybody coming out. I hope everybody got something out of this conversation because it was meant to address something that we truly need. This is not always about dogfighting. This is really all about helping each other. If you want to do something and make a change, I mean, really do something that's going to make a change and stop just talking shit. Actually, there's something you can do because it has been done before when the game was still hot. Remember in the 86? Well, remember we got in the game in the 80s. Look at all the people in Carolina we ran across. So, remember, think about it now. All them 80s and through the 90s and the 2000s? And you don't know who we are? Oh. Well, guess what, fellas? That's how long we've been in the Bulldogs. I just showed y'all Mick Nasty and Mau Mau and BLB and Ohio Cash and Jeffro and a 1986 show book. And we hadn't even got anywhere close to the 90s. And we was midway through the 80s. So come on now. Come on. We've been hot and live in this game for years. And my thing is, If you want to do something and be successful at doing it, you fall back on the community. You don't get the community to get up and do and appreciate anything that you're doing by being full of shit. This channel, this podcast, this Shark Tank, if you don't get nothing out of it, one thing I'm damn sure you're going to always get the truth out of here. Because there ain't no reason why we got to sit here and lie about a damn thing. Because the show don't put enough money in my pocket. And to claim the fame, I don't need it. I win awards. Just being me. Just being good at what I do. Somebody else just happens to see it and give it an award just to show their appreciation for it. The same way I feel when y'all come to this show. The same appreciation I feel when y'all donate and give back to this channel. All that good shit. All of it. Trust me when I tell you. Hold on. Y'all know what I'm saying? This situation here is all about getting together. Me showing you us old guys really can be a big help for anything you new guys is trying to do moving forward. So don't ever feel like you can write us off, because I think it's a total disrespect even for some of the older guys who just be like, nah, they don't listen, they're too hard-headed. They ain't listening to shit. Or twin, why y'all doing that, man? They ain't getting no, man. They ain't gonna do the right thing. Twin, you're giving them too much. You know? But hell, if you know twin, that's just how they do. I'd rather be a good guy than a bad guy, because you wouldn't like me if I ever have to be a bad guy. You would never like me after being being a bad guy. You would never but I would never have to worry about you ever. So it wouldn't matter what you thought or how you felt. You would just never ever cross my path for no reason, because you wouldn't have no reason to. It'd be a very bad experience. And that's not me just bragging. I'm just telling you that's who I am. I don't get in a position and do the things that I do being an asshole. My success has primarily came from me being a good person. But living in the world today, some people take that niceness and, they try to use it. But then, like that pit bull that was real nice, and then all of a sudden he chewing your face off. Oh, he never done like that before. He was giving you warning, you just wasn't paying attention. You feel me? You weren't paying attention to the signs. And got yourself played. Now you're all fucked up. That's just life though. So my goal is to point you in a better direction. Don't count the old out, because I can get enough old together, that stand behind and push and knock on doors and make phone calls and all kinds of shit to stand behind the right thing with the right people, trying to do the right thing. But I would never do it for anybody who feel like what I say doesn't matter. Because if you could do it, then I would be expecting you to do it. But again, I ain't about all that talk. Talk is one thing. It's the action I'm looking for. Don't talk about it, but be about it. That's where I stand, and that's where I will continue to stand on and stand behind. So I'm not in the cancelization process, fellas. I'm giving you a true life to light. If you want to do something new, try something old. Because what you're trying to do new has already been done before, and there's no reason why it can't be done again. But you got to come together to get it done. And that's all I'm trying to do. Need somebody to take the reins, and I'm putting my money on Samurai. I'm just letting y'all know right up front. Because at least he, and I'm speaking this from a businessman's perspective, that man did step out there and tried something, put this something together that was totally brand new. And regardless of what it was, it didn't stop him. And he did it on time, and he's doing his best. And the more he does it, I think he's going to get better. I think if you get the right backing behind him and the right people pushing, and y'all get on that same bandwagon, I think within a year and a half time, let me get some of my people involved and reaching out and let's really try to make this thing happen. That's where I be at. That's where I am at. You know? But from a business standpoint, I'm a businessman first. And that's from a business standpoint. I am a businessman first. And I don't have personal issues when I do business. It's always going to be about business. If you're taking care of your business, I know what that looks like. Anything you fall short of that, I won't get my people involved, and I sure as hell won't get involved for myself. So, to keep it honest, I think I'm a good OG to have in your corner, regardless of whatever you're doing. And that ain't just about this dog. I let my brother deal with that. But for me, it's about the business. And if y'all want to get legal and really do something, what I was trying to show you tonight, what you're trying to do has already been done on a bigger and higher level. Mr. Garcia's got a registry over there. How many of y'all are taking advantage of that? The ADBA. Y'all don't even use the ADBA for registering, regardless of what confirmation shows or not. Y'all on some other shit. So I've been around here long enough to see how y'all thinking. But don't go preaching about that old school this, that old school that, when that old school sitting here trying to tell you ain't nothing that you new school doing that we ain't seen already. The thing is, they was doing it better, and y'all just talking. Y'all can't even come together to even register your damn dogs, to even think about, even consider anything other than trying to be something that you're not. And that's coming from an old school. So I'm going to always address that old school don't understand, y'all don't understand. Because if you shut your mouth and show me, don't tell me shit, show me. Because I'm talking from the business point. I heard what you said, now show me. That's why I can speak highly of Samurai. Dre, you did a good job, young man. I think it can get bigger, and it will get better. Get the right people behind you. But I throw that out there because it can get bigger. Listen to what I'm saying, bigger. That's why I push bigger. Great idea, but I want to see bigger. Same idea, but let's go bigger. Get more people involved. Fellas, listen to what I'm saying. I just talk to all of y'all. We can get bigger. Weight pools, wall climbing, confirmation shows, registries. Come on. If it has already been done, and y'all know how I feel about it, if it's already been done, the format is there. But I'm telling you from a business standpoint, you are your own failure when you have a blueprint and you cannot read it. Take it from a contractor. That I am. I read blueprints business plans, schematics. Very, very well. So when I address business issues, I know what I need to do what I need to do. And I'm telling you, there's a format and a business plan that if you're really trying to get legally associated with these American Pit Bull Terriers who were bred for strictly fighting purposes only, well, guess what? That same pit bull was still running treadmills, climbing up walls, and weight pulling way back 36 years ago. So don't act like it ain't never happened. Actually, it was on a bigger level than anything that I'm seeing today. So if you don't know, do your homework, because old school just told you and showed you with receipts, fact. And that's where we're going to keep it at. And that's where we're going to leave it at and ride with it like that for the rest of the day. Because guess what, fellas? I done came up on that 11 o'clock hour and I done pulled off a show. And we actually talked bulldogs and business. Imagine that. So for me, and to the Shark Tank and everybody on the back street, because I ain't even really got a chance to really see what the... Let me see something right quick. Things that American Pit Bull Terrier Dogman dealt with in the past haven't changed much in the now, except the Fed law. Well, we had 76% that said true, and we had 24% that said false. Well, coming from an old dog, man, I've always said this, that my people's on the back street. Y'all know how many voters that? That's 154 votes already. So I know, you know how I let this thing go and let my West Coast people catch up. I know that my audience are real dog men out there. They out there, y'all. And imagine how many of them out there that would be game to just jump on a bandwagon to make things better because they have the same passion and the same love that we have. They might not go as far as showing it like we do, but anytime that they show up and represent and reach out and Twin, good show, Twin. Keep doing what you're doing, fam. Twin ain't listening. You know, I mean, all the stuff that come with this, but Twin still gonna get out there. Twin will be the biggest sponsor for these dogs for as long as God give me the breath. That's what you call a real dog man. Remember the legendary shit? I don't know where that came from, but from my understanding, and I ain't never, I mean, legendary is not something that is supposed to be self-proclaimed. Your peers give you that. So respect that. Because when I call my peers legends, because they always told me, you know what, Twin, legends create legends. Guess what? We might have been away from the game 20 years, but guess what? When we did come back, we didn't put that legend there. Somebody else did. Y'all did. And we don't, to us, it's not even about self-proclaim because all we can do is talk about it. But I don't have no problems, and I know my brother don't have no problems showing you for all you doubters, because guess what? Around here, we deal with receipts. We businessmen, for real, for real. Talk ain't shit. It's results that matter around here. You better act like you know. This ain't no 9 to 5. This is our life we be fucking with. And what's the best way to learn in life? To be able to experience and see what it actually takes to take a risk like that and be successful. Act like you know, because you heard it coming from who? GH.CH, Twin One. Now give me them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give me the damn roses. Roses! Twin one knee roses! Give me the love, fellas! Hey, man, give me that love, man. Y'all know this is something new for me. This is something new. Y'all stuck around and showed the love. You know, 614 I know you was the man running the train tonight, so if there's anything that I missed, I am so sorry, fam, because bad enough, I'm, trying to deal with the damn computer doing what it did, and, and then dealing with something, because I'm not used to this situation here. Usually I'm sitting over there watching that shit. So 6143, I'm hoping you was holding that down, baby. Appreciate the love to my people out there in the Shark Tank. Again, I can't never really see your comments because, I was rolling on one. So I know it's a lot that I missed. But Sharks, y'all already know this show is nothing without you. And I'm pretty sure y'all handled and took care of business. And y'all know where I was coming from. Y'all know y'all completely understood what was happening. And I know y'all had my back. So that's what really mattered on this Hot Mic Friday. And I just want y'all to know that, from the heart, as a real bulldog man, and I represent my people hard. Y'all see that? That's GH.CH, Shark Tank, Reloaded. You see that? That represents them because they are a part of who we are. We're nothing without them. That's togetherness. That's what I'm believing in. That's what I'm rocking with. That's how I'm showing you. Don't talk about it, be about it. Keep your eyes on the prize. Y'all listening to them slogans. They mean something. S2W, scratch to win. You understand what that means? Scratch to win. When all else fails, give it down. Long as you making an attempt, give it down. You got to crawl on your damn chest. You're going to make that attempt till I die. You live by that. You live by that. There's no such thing as failure. Because I don't know too many people who failed at something who didn't have the heart to get back up and try again. Because that's what makes you a bulldog. To fall in your face. But as long as you got a will and a way to get over there, that's what the game is. That's what makes the greatness. That's what it's all about. And so what? I live my life like that. I'm a Marine. Give it down what y'all say. You don't have to like it. Remember, it's a fraternity for life. Once you're there, you're a part of it. You are never such thing as I once was. You will always be. The minute you walk through those big ass golden doors. I didn't create that. It was like that long before I got there, but I represented hard. Now I am out here living my life. Just another Marine put out here in civilian attire. But I will never stop being what the fuck I am. It is what it is. Some might like it. Some might. But ask me, did it really matter to me? Because it really doesn't. I don't get on here to get likes. YouTube wants to have likes. That's why I beg for likes. Because I want more people to see what we talk about. I want more people to be a part of what we talk about. I'm really trying to make a movement. I'm really trying to move mountains. I'm really trying to save the American Pit Bull Terrier. Dog fighters and all. Believe that. What's wrong with that if that's what you believe in? You go hard at it. You pull out all stops. You do what's necessary. Live within the disclaimer. Trust when I say that. If you live within the disclaimer, you don't have to really worry about nothing in life. The underground is meant for what it is, just that. It's the underground. We done seen enough movies. No need to keep talking about it. Okay, ain't nothing to be said. What goes on in the underground stays in the underground. As far as I'm concerned, that's their business. Ain't none of mine. And if you ain't in it, ain't none of yours either. Don't be sticking your nose in somewhere you don't belong. Might find yourself in a world of shit. You know, y'all seen enough of these gangster movies, these drug dealer movies, these killer movies. You know what I mean? That's just the way it go. What we're dealing with is trying to make this game better. And how are we gonna make it better? By pulling together for a cause and make it happen, Captain. Let's get it together, fellas. Let me get some. Hey man, I love the roses. I love the thumbs up. I love everything about what y'all doing tonight. Trust me. Let me tell you something, man. Y'all need to get on some of this merchandise. Y'all see that S2W? Y'all see that GH.CH crest? Hold on. No, he didn't. Yeah, he did. The Shark Tank's on their head. Yeah, that's right, fellas. All day. There is no GH.CH talk show reloaded without my sharks. Blue sharks, big bull sharks. We represent the blue heart. I'm representing. So y'all want to be a part of this? Don't forget, all you got to do is come into the show. You know, you got to show up to be a shark, though. Got to show up. And once you do show up, you got to jump in there and let me see how you swim amongst some sharks, baby. I can see you swimming. You know, you can swim amongst some sharks. Guess what, fam? Part of the show. You know what I mean? Jump right in. It's nothing, you know, something to be proud of, because everywhere you go, these guys know each other, you know, and that's the love of what it means when you're doing things together. They can make or break a talk show, a podcast. They can make or break them because they are who they are. They are our viewers who are participating in something that they believe in. And over here, it ain't just a chat room. It's a goddamn Shark Tank. And I'm talking about, we know when you in shark-infested waters what's about to go down. You better act like you know. And that's how we do it over here at the Going Hard Kennels Talk Show. AKA representing my Shark Tank S2W, baby. Let me get some music cranking up in here. Oh yeah, I like this part. Now I get to do my own analog. Oh shit. See, I caught it before I let it go all the way out. Remember, each time I have to get on and do it out here. But look, fellas, tonight was a very important show for me. Only because, you know, I always wanted to be able to sit here and have this conversation. You know, just never really got the opportunity until I really wasn't trying to take advantage of it until tonight. Because with Mo being gone, I figured, hey, I can't let the fellas down. I got to get out here. And y'all gave me a reason to step up here and step up and show out. But look, fellas, I know for me and my brother, we work as a team. We've been like this all our whole entire life. It's a little different, you know, to get you guys to truly understand what that means, being a twin and living with a person like that your whole entire life. We don't always agree, but we always agree to disagree. And somehow, some way, we always make it work. You know? That's why we believe so strong in what we do. All the way down to this show. You know, it's not about what we do and what we say. It's about how y'all receive what we do and what we say. That's what means a lot to us. That's what's more important to us, because there's a reason why we're sitting here doing this. And when we lose that reason why, we won't do it anymore. We can go back and say, okay, we got that out the way. There's enough of it out there. Okay, and then the Lord will take it from there. But it's more than that for us right now, because we still have so much more to do, so much more to share. Because until we get that togetherness, and I know that sounds crazy, because you know we like, I mean, we the worst of sharks in the water. But then, what's wrong with that? We just ain't on no bullshit. Don't start no shit, ain't gonna be no shit. Because you ain't gonna get no realer than what's happening over here. Because we, look, first of all, we're too old to change. And there ain't nothing out here we got to sit here and bullshit or try to be in life at all. Because again, y'all don't really know who we really are. And guess what? It's okay. Because what y'all see right here is what y'all get. And guess what? We feel good about that. That's why we want y'all to keep coming. Actually, we want more people to keep coming, because there's things we need to do. We need to clean up the madness, get rid of the bullshit, and let's start getting down and getting some real shit done. All these people losing dogs, going to jail, and people and all kind of crazy shit. No, man, come on now. Hold on. Y'all love these dogs like we love these dogs? You know? I've never been ashamed of saying what I am, and as a dog fighter, y'all never seen me and my brother do not shy away from that, because that's the truth. But that doesn't mean just because we were just dog fighters that we don't love the breed for any and everything else. I am a true believer in standing behind anybody who's trying to do the right thing and how to get the right thing done. But it takes a business-minded attitude to get it done. Because anytime you're working with people trying to accomplish something like that, you can't do it without the people. You need the people to believe in what you're doing and how you're doing it, and with you and the people in the right direction, it can be done. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, I'm old school. But don't think I don't know what I'm talking about. I've been around here and done enough in life. Trust me. I ain't never lied to you once. Ain't no need for me to start lying again. You don't have to really know me, but just trust me. The rest, it'll speak for itself. So, I don't have my boy here to be like, you know, one of the reasons why I can say that, man, to live and stand on that shit, because remember, I live and stand on any and everything that I say. And it ain't got nothing to do with just being a boss or a parent or a family member or anything else. It has to have a lot to do with who I am as me, Michael. Twin. I'm always, you can best believe and trust that I'm always gonna scratch to win, baby. Believe that. Don't expect nothing less than that. I don't like other people can talk that shit, but I'm really about that shit. S2W. Live it. Love it. Stand on it. Believe that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all. The rest is on y'all. I want y'all to enjoy your weekends. You know what I mean? I love all the roses and the thumbs up and everything. And I just hope as a, you know, let me just start with the Shark Tank. I mean, I love them guys, man. I come in here and I know all them names. And I know them guys right there I see in other places. Them guys right there, all I need to be able to do any and everything that I would want to do in this damn dog game. I want to see that Shark Tank get so big that when they make a move, everybody move. Because the things that I know that they can do in numbers, they can make or break you. Them people right there, the ones everybody think they're going to shit on. I call them sharks. I know the damage they can do. And when you're swimming in shark-infested waters, you're taking a damn risk. So I'm going to swim with the sharks. And where they go, I'm going. When they eat, I'm eating. When they need to eat, I'm feeding them. Y'all want to be a part of that? Jump on, because we got things to do. Until Tuesday, I think Mo will be back Tuesday, so go hook up with him and we just see each other Tuesday. I don't know who my dog of the day. I think I should be the dog of the day, but I don't know how to do that little snapshot of me doing this. You know, get my move in. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and rock this out, and I'm gonna come back and rock with y'all, right? Yeah. Here we go. Hey, y'all, don't forget, y'all want to get y'all gear, go on hardreloaded.com, go check out the store. Yeah, actually, I'm finna get some more stuff together. You know, the summer months and everything, you know, with everything that's going on, trust me, it's hard to get out and just get into things. You know, this is not my primary, this is generally my secondary, but again, you know, hopefully, you know, some of these hospital visits and all this other stuff will come to an end, and I'm gonna get time to really pump up the store and really jump out here and try to make something happen. You know what I mean? 'Cause I really want to see things change, you know? I want to be a part of the next convention. So we'll be going to have dog races and, you know, the race. The treadmill races and shit. You know, the wall climbing thing. The confirmation shows. I want to be a part of that. You know, I want to be a part of that. I want to be able to be hands-on, to be standing there with my picture taken, so the day I die, you know what I mean, on top of everything I've ever accomplished in life, that's going to be a part of it. I get to be 20 years from now, 100 years from now, I want to be in one of them pictures because it made a change. It's a difference. It was a change maker. What's wrong with going to be that in life, man? That's pretty much how my whole life has been. Why stop now? Because I'm old? No, I'm just a little bit more aggressive about it now. I need my Spartans! Spartans! Sharks! Man up! It's not too much to ask, is it? Now I'm really finna bump this and take this baby boy out of here. Hold on. You know, I ain't gonna, well, no, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and cut this thing. Look, fellas, take what I say, think about what I said. Again, big shout out to Fat Bill and his books. If you haven't gotten his books, I think that book there was, that was the first edition of the American Pit Bull book. But it was the second edition. It's in the second edition of the American Game Dog Times of Fat Bills. So great reading, and I mean, for me, I'm always gonna push Fat Bill shit because again, he is the man, legendary. Come on, y'all. It's out there. Richard Garcia, his book. Come on now. Don't act like you gotta go spend $300 to go buy some shit. Then where you can go right over to Fat Bill and Mr. Garcia, aka Schoolboy, and grab their information and literally sit back and engulf yourself with all the American Pit Bull history that you can swallow at one time. And these men are still living. What can I say? I don't know what else to tell y'all. And I'm speaking from the businessman point of view. You feel me? I'm just saying. It's worth its money in gold. I just showed you. Don't go get a story that somebody wasn't there. Go get the story from the real Dogman, the people who was there. They gonna give you the real because they don't have no other choice, because you know what? They really wasn't thinking about the future. They was only talking and thinking about the now. That's why I can tell you, that's why the now was our now back then. Has them now changed? No, they ain't changed. I'm just here to prove that. They haven't changed, fellas, so stop acting like they have. I hope I got that point across. So until Tuesday, I love y'all. I'm gonna be rocking this bad boy right here, but again, you know how we do. Deuces. That's the one. Here we go. Mess around with this mic situation, that's all. Y'all bear with me. Appreciate everybody for hanging out with us on this Hot Mic Friday. Don't forget, for all my viewers, stopping in. Big shout out to all my West Coast people. All my people on the back street, don't forget to participate in that poll. It's just a temperature check. Y'all know what time it is. Don't forget forget to hit that like button. If you haven't already subscribed, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Again, while you're hanging out, don't forget to stop by and check out the website with the merchandise. GOINGHARDKennelsReloaded.com. Again, that's GOINGHARDKennelsReloaded.com. Drop in, drop a message, let me know you're checking it out. Big shout out to the Shark Tank and all the viewers who decided to come hang out with us on this Hot Mic Friday. Appreciate the love. I guess tonight was one of them must-have kind of conversations, you know. And I gotta admit, I enjoyed the conversation. Remember, if you have any comments, just hit the comment section. You want to have the real in-depth conversation, hit us up at GOINGHARDReloaded@gmail.com. The email address is GOINGHARDReloaded@gmail.com. But everybody, you know what I mean? It's that time. Hope everybody have a safe, enjoyable weekend. Appreciate everybody showing up. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already subscribed. We'll be seeing you back here Tuesday for Talk Shit Tuesday. Until then, everybody stay safe. Remember, S2W, scratch the win. Always. I'm out of here. Peace. Deuces.